And in the red corner, George Martinez.
Tú sabes cuántos roles a mí me han logrado que yo moro, que tengo un ser para los cueros y otro para la señora, que te diste cuenta. Tengo tres contables de una sola cuenta, los tíos negros en toda la fiesta. Yo fuera Michael, yo sé si tú fueras los 80, pero la mente que yo tengo son las lámparas, con un feeling aprendido que la... Se me preguntó, la camina mi cama, la fumba, pero gratis baby que salgo, y le viene a la guitarra loja.
Ladies and gentlemen, a quick announcement, reminder. You need to get up and relinquish your chair because the people are coming in to take their seats. And now, introducing our blue corner, weighing in at 140 pounds, and representing round 5, MMA, Eric Gonzalez. And in the red corner, weighing in at 140.2 pounds, representing JPBJJ, Jorge the Cowboy Martinez. Referee for this fight is Mike Cardoso.
People ready? Ready? Fighter ready? 6 minutes, guys. Fighter ready? Fight!
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner after only 20 seconds in the red corner, Jorge the Cowboy Martinez. The attorneys, 786-650-0202. The consultation is free, and you don't owe anything unless they win the case. 786-650-0202. Offices in Miami-Dade. And now, our next fight of the evening. 3 rounds of 2 minutes of kickboxing action in the 147-pound division. Our first fighter in the blue corner, Blake Zimmerman. And in the red corner, Justin Mangano.
Get it.
Another high kick from Mangano. And Zimmerman backing him up against the defense of the punches. Literally, that's been the tale of the two fights. Zimmerman finds his success when he's able to back Mangano up against the fence and throw some punches. Whereas Mangano has his success when he's able to get off the fence and be able to unleash a barrage of kicks. Basically just been a situation of ring control, cage control being the deciding factor in this match. Mangano's breathing a little heavy right now. And it looks like we've got a low blow. This is what referee Ray Ramos was warning both fighters about. And going to get a toss to the left. Good opportunity for these debuting fighters to catch their wind. Like I said, it's very easy with the adrenaline to be able to blow out your gas tank really early in a debuting fight. And here at PFL, where we have the largest crowd that we've ever had at a PFL event, I mean, the pressure must be exponentially harder for a debuting fighter, having so many eyes on you. And that's the end of the second round, and we're heading into the third of 2-minute rounds here for both debuting fighters. Interesting round. I would say that Zimmerman got the upper hand on that one. First round was a little harder to call. Zimmerman was leading the first round of the first half of the first round, whereas Mangano got the upper hand on the second half of the first round. But that second round, I'd have to give a definite edge to Zimmerman. Mangano was not able to unleash the high kicks and the variety of kicks that he did in the first round, whereas Zimmerman was able to have his moments of pinning up Mangano up against the fence and unleashing a barrage of punches. And Mangano just seems like he had his mouth wide open there in the second round. Like, I'm wondering if he's got the gas tank to really let loose here going into the third, because I mean, depending on how the judges scored it, he might be down 2 rounds to none, or maybe 1-1. But the only way he's going to be sure he can win is by getting that knockout in the third round, whereas Zimmerman may have a path to victory for sure through a decision. So let's see what Mangano can do, because I feel he's the one who's really going to have to come after it here to ensure he gets the victory, whereas Zimmerman should be able to get a decision victory if he can just somehow win this third round. And here we go with the beginning of the third round. Mangano coming out stronger than he did in the first 2 rounds, knowing that he's got to press the initiative here. Very close to another low blow there from Zimmerman. Ray Ramos looking on closely. Mangano's done a good job here at the beginning of the third round of being able to keep his back from the cage. Zimmerman, that's about the second time he's been able to trip out Mangano's legs in this fight so far. But Mangano once again doing a better job of keeping his back off the fence. Zimmerman's trying to get him back there so he can land the barrage of punches, but that's what Mangano's got to do, stay off the fence and throw those kicks that he had so much success with in the first round. And here comes Zimmerman again. Zimmerman, good job throwing the body kick, and that's what he used to get Mangano up against the fence, and here he comes with a barrage of punches. Zimmerman doing exactly what he did in the first 2 rounds to have success. He's forced Mangano to have to fight his fight. Hard punches by Zimmerman. Mangano firing back, trying to regain the respect here. Pushing hard. And that's a shame. Mangano had a good opportunity there with Zimmerman having his own back up against the fence to land some things, and instead he circles himself into the fence, which is where Zimmerman wants him. Mangano, again, with the body kicks, which has been virtually all his offense. Mangano with hardly any offense at all with the punches, just mainly kicks all the time. Zimmerman's done a better job of using the kicks to back up Mangano and knees to back up Mangano against the fence. And once he gets him to the fence, he's been throwing a barrage of punches and knees to the midsection. And it looks like a repeat of the second round here in the third, as Zimmerman should be on his way to oh man. Zimmerman throwing up a little bit inside the cage there, but oh man, Zimmerman just threw up all over the cage. Oh, they're gonna have to get that cleaned up. Oh man, that is gross. Zimmerman throwing up all over the cage. Oh man, I feel bad for whoever's gotta clean that up. Zimmerman probably won this fight 2 rounds to 1, definitely, possibly 3 rounds to 0, but man, he just threw up all over the cage, and we're probably going to have a 5 to 10 minute break here between the second and third fights of the night. But let's take it in for the referee's, for the judge's decision. As expected, Blake Zimmerman with a unanimous decision victory, and like I said, we might have to wait a couple minutes here before the next fight, as he just threw up all over the cage, and they're going to have to get that cleaned up. go. Trinidad coming out strong. And here we go, we're resuming the action. Trinidad getting pinned up against the fence by Vasquez. Vasquez says he loves throwing overhand lefts. As you'll see from the southpaw fighter, Vasquez. Another low blow, it looks like, but it doesn't look like Ray Ramos saw that. Here comes Trinidad coming up. Pinning up Vasquez up against the fence. But again, this is not an MMA fight, so Ray Ramos is going to break that up every time they clinch. Trinidad does have a lot of MMA experience, so I can understand why he'd want to clinch, but again, this is a kickboxing match, so let's see what they can come up with. Ray Ramos having to adjust Hector Trinidad's headgear. Seemed to be affecting his vision. A lot of stoppages so far early in this fight. Both guys just coming out swinging, and not a whole lot of strategy here. They're just trying to back each other up, impose each other's will, hopefully pin up their opponent against the fence and then just throw bombs, which is what we've seen so far. It's a great fight for the fans. A lot of clinch work going on. Not a lot of distance strikes here for a kickboxing match. A lot of clinching action going on. Both guys just barrel towards each other until they get stopped by the fence. Hard left hand from Nico Vasquez. And again, they barrel each other until the fence stops them. They end up in a clinch, and then Ray Ramos has to keep breaking them up. This has just been constantly going on throughout the first round, so not a lot of fluid action, just a lot of spurts of action throughout the round that just had a lot of interesting moments, back and forth exchanges that would always get stopped every time they'd end up in a clinch against the fence. I felt like Nico Vasquez was a more aggressive fighter there. He had more moments where he landed stronger shots, and I believe he took that first round. But again, like not a lot of strategy, just both guys just barrelate towards each other until one of them gets stopped by the fence. They end up in a clinch, and then the referee has to break them up. Not the most technical round, but if you're a fight fan, all you want to see them do is slug it out, and they did have their moments where they did that when they weren't clinched up against the fence. Again, we have Nico Vasquez here. He's 30 years old, 3 wins and 2 losses, fighting out of Dokeshed. Interesting nickname with the Nico Stacked Bundles. He owns a construction company down here, and he's a lefty. You're going to notice that. It's always interesting whenever you have a lefty against an orthodox fighter, because when that happens, you end up with a fight where it's a position of the outside foot. So in this case, you see, here we go once again with what was going on in the first round. They end up clinched up against the fence. Ooh, interesting spinning back fist there from Trinidad. Nico Vasquez unfazed, loves to just go forward and press the action. For Trinidad's had a lot of his success is being with those few moments that he's able to get Nico pinned up against the fence and be able to unleash on them, but inevitably they always end up in a clinch, which causes them to have to be broken up by Ray Ramos and then reset back to the middle of the cage until they do it again. Hard kicks by both fighters. That one landed a little low, and we're going to have another stoppage in the action. I'm not counting, but that's at least 10 times that Ray Ramos has had to step in here, and it's only been a round and a half. And remember, these are 2-minute rounds, so 10 stoppages in a matter of 3 minutes. Action's not very fluid right now. Ramos having some words with Hector Trinidad, reminding him, got to keep those blows either down on the legs or up on the body, but not in between. Again, Hector Trinidad coming out of round 5 MMA, he even though he doesn't have much kickboxing experience in terms of fighting in kickboxing matches, he has fought many times in amateur MMA, last time being back in 2018, so it's not like he comes in here inexperienced. He's got a lot of combat experience, just not in purely kickboxing matches. Like I said, you know, when you come from that MMA background and maybe you're good at clinch work up against the fence and landing shots that way, well, you know, this is kickboxing. It's a little different. You're allowed to clinch for up to 3 seconds before the referee steps in to break it up. Neither fighter really keeping a long, sustained, distance striking matchup here, but let's see what happens as we resume action after the low blow. And again, there goes Hector Trinidad trying to adjust his headgear. That's happened about 3 in this match so far. Nico Vasquez probably realizing Trinidad's having a little trouble seeing with his headgear kind of out of place and try to take advantage of that by landing some shots. Both guys really going after at it. This is like one of the longer sustained moments where we didn't have so much clinch work going on, and just as I say it, there you go. We end up clinching and getting broken up by the ref again. Trinidad trying to press Nico up against the fence again. That's a few moments that Trinidad's had some success in this fight. Vasquez up against the fence. For the most part, it's been the other way around, where Vasquez is either able to land shots in the middle of the cage or be able to land on Trinidad in the brief times that he's been able to pin him up against the cage. And here we go with another headgear adjustment from referee Ray Ramos. Another clinch and inevitably another referee breakup here as we're coming to the end of the second round. Again, very tough to score in this fight, inconsistent action as they end up in the clinch a lot of times. But I felt like, again, Nico Vasquez was the more aggressive fighter in the round. And in my opinion, he could be up 2 rounds to none. But some of these rounds are pretty hard to score. So it's hard to say one way or another who's winning. But I'd have to give a slight edge to Nico Vasquez at this point. Let's see if in the 3rd round we can have them fight more at a distance and see if we can get a stoppage or a finish in this fight. As inevitably both fighters end up slugging it out until one of them ends up backed up against the fence, and then the other one just kind of falls into a clinch until the referee steps in. And here we go. We're about to start the 3rd round of this fight between Hector Trinidad and Nico Vasquez. It's been real stop-and-go affair so far. The few moments that they've gotten to go, there's been some good action, but a lot of clinch work, a lot of referee Ray Ramos having to step in and break up the fighters. Let's see if we get some more distance strikes going here in the 3rd round as Vasquez starts off with a hard kick to the body. Trinidad returning in return, and here we go, ending up. Oh, look at that. Referee didn't have to step in that time. Let's see if we can get some more distance strikes going here. Nice aggressiveness from Trinidad. But again, Vasquez wraps him up and pins him up against the fence to reset the action back to the middle of the cage. Smart move from Vasquez, because a few moments that Trinidad's had success in this fight is when he's been able to pin up Vasquez against the fence. So, and that's a good strategy by Vasquez. Not giving Trinidad to play an opportunity to play to his strengths. You'll notice that a lot. Every time that Vasquez ends up with his own back up against the fence, he'll clinch up with Trinidad and spin him around and get the referee to step in to reset the action back to the middle of the cage. Hard kick from Vasquez. Another headgear adjustment from Trinidad. Both fighters. There we go again with Vasquez pinning up Trinidad up against the fence in order to force the stoppage to the reset back to the middle of the cage. There you go again. Same thing. Every time that Trinidad backs up Vasquez against the fence to try to land the barrage, Vasquez wraps him up, turns him towards the cage, and forces the ref to restart the action back in the middle of the cage. do feel in this third round that Trinidad's tried a bit more to land some more strikes on there, but there's been some good gamesmanship by Vasquez, knowing when he's at a disadvantage and enforcing the reset as we get to the last 10 seconds of this fight. Very close fight. I mean, that last round I'd have to give it to Trinidad, but I feel that Vasquez should win this fight 2 rounds to 1, but we'll see what the judges have to say about it. The judges are handing in their decisions to the referee, and we're going to take it over to ring announcer Robert Johnson for the decision.
Very frustrating to watch. But it's not a true kickboxing match. They're not fighting at a distance at all. They're just like running each other until they end up on the fence.
Right now the commission is tabulating the judges' scores to give the totals over to our ring announcer Robert Johnson. And we'll find out who the winner of this match between Nico Vasquez and Hector Trinidad is. Stay tuned here at Premier Fight League 26 as we still got a total of 16 fights tonight. That's just the third one. We got another 13 matches coming your way, including one more kickboxing match and 12 MMA matches coming up tonight. So stay tuned here at Premier Fight League 26. expected, 2 rounds to 1. The winner, Nico Vasquez. Again, he was a more aggressive fighter the first 2 rounds, and Trinidad was able to take the third, but as expected, Nico Vasquez was able to move his weapon to 4 wins and 2 losses.
Introducing first, in the blue corner, Ragdir.
And here we go with our final kickboxing match of the night here at Premier Fight League 26, coming to you from Champions in Doral. And we go with Alejandro Corelli against Daryl Ragdir. Daryl Ragdir coming out strong here against Corelli. Corelli with a lot of fans out here cheering for him. They got real loud for him. Him being from the local gym, MMA Masters, who helps run this event. Got a big contingent backing him up right now, but Ragdir coming out real aggressive, backing up Corelli against the fence. Corelli just 21 years old, making his debut here and getting pinned up against the fence, and Ragdir's just landing on him and just keeping him backed up, not allowing Corelli to get any distance to start throwing his own shots. Finally, Corelli able to get some distance. Let's see what he can do with it. Throws a couple of kicks and immediately gets taken down for his troubles. Ragdir trying to send a message, don't be throwing that stuff at me. And let's see what Corelli can do. Most of the offense has been one-way action coming from Ragdir towards Corelli. Has been the story of the fight. Ragdir able to use the offense to back Corelli up against the fence in order to land even more offense. Unlike the last fight where Nico Vasquez, every time he'd get put up against the fence, he'd clinch to get it, restart back to the middle. Corelli is not clinching up and therefore just getting nailed by Ragdir every time he ends up against the fence. But here we go, we got some action here in the middle of the cage, and Corelli's able to fire some shots of his own. A lot of back and forth action. Ragdir, a bit more volume coming from Ragdir, which should give him a slight edge in this round. And that's the end of the first round. In my opinion, Daryl Ragdir took that round just by throwing more volume and being able to control the cage. And he was able to use the volume he was throwing towards Corelli in order to get him backed up against the fence. And once he got him there, he used that opportunity to limit Corelli's offense and be able to land a lot of his own offense. Let's see what MMA Masters coaches tell Corelli to do here going into the second round, because you've got to do something different than he did in the first round. Corelli is the taller, longer fighter. If he can keep the fight at a distance, he should have a clear advantage. But again, I mean, to keep that clear advantage, he's got to effectively use his jab and use his kicks to keep Ragdir off of him, which he was not able to successfully do in the first round. So here we go with the start of round two. Again, Corelli's got to more effectively use his jab and his kicks here to keep Ragdir off of him. But let's see if he can make that happen. Last time in the first round, whenever he started to throw one too many kicks, that's when Ragdir would use the opportunity to catch a kick and trip Corelli. Hard shots. And there we go. There's a story from the first round where Daryl Ragdir would catch the kick from Corelli in order to keep the fight within his range, keep the fight up close where he can land his barrage of punches. Corelli would do better if he can keep the fight at a distance, but he's not been able to successfully make that happen. Hard shots. Corelli having some more success here in the last few moments. Landing hard shots. For once actually backing Ragdir up. Very different round here in the second round, as most of the action is taking place in the middle of the cage, unlike the first round where Ragdir would have his moments where he'd be able to pin up Corelli up against the fence. This round has been fought more in the middle of the cage, which, as you can see, plays towards Corelli's hand as the taller, lankier fighter. Corelli coming on strong here to end the second round. Ragdir not looking as strong as he was in the first round. Both guys just throwing hard looping hands. Not a lot of jabs coming from these guys. We do have the occasional kick. Big hard shots from both fighters. Snapping each other's heads back. Good opportunity here for Corelli. He's been able to back up Ragdir against the fence for one of the few times in the fight. Stronger round for Corelli, better showing than he had in the first round. I believe he may have done enough with a strong ending to that round to take that round. I believe this fight is 1 round apiece, with the 3rd round coming up to decide the winner. Corelli looking like the stronger fighter as Ragdir was waning a bit towards the second half of that 2nd round. It'll be interesting to see how they come out here going into the 3rd round, as the momentum seemingly is swinging towards Corelli's direction, and he's got the full support of the crowd behind him. So even if both fighters are tired, Corelli can rely on the support of the crowd to give him a little extra energy boost as both fighters try to make it through their debut in kickboxing. Ragdir came out real strong in the first round. It'll be interesting if he still got the energy to try to implement that strategy that he had to start the first round, where he came out strong, throwing high volume to back Corelli up against the fence and be able to land even more shots up close against the fence. Heavy crowd support behind Corelli right now. Here we go with the 3rd and final round. Ragdir coming out strong. Corelli doing a good job of holding his own, trying not to get backed up against the fence. And good job by Ragdir catching the kick from Corelli and using that to get Corelli up against the fence, where Ragdir's been able to land barrages of punches, which have been the most successful moments for him in this fight. Hard shots. Corelli doing a good job of circling off the fence and getting back to the center of the cage, but Ragdir cutting off the cage, backing up Corelli against the fence. Good job by Ragdir, trying to impose his will, trying to do what he did in the first round when he had a lot of success. Hard shot by Corelli. There we go. Exciting 3rd round so far. Very different fight than the last fight we had, where there was a lot of clinching up against the fence going on. These two guys have just been slugging it out. Hard shot by Ragdir. Ragdir pinning Corelli up against the fence. Corelli trying to fight his way out of the cage. Oh man, both these guys, they're just giving it everything they got. They're going to be absolutely exhausted when this round comes to an end. His arms are looking pretty heavy for Ragdir. He can barely lift them. Corelli, it seemingly has a bit more energy than Ragdir at this point, as he's able to like bob and weave to try to avoid some of these shots from Ragdir. Ragdir looking a little tired, looking a little slow. Those arms are not moving as quickly as they were before. Both guys just swinging away. Can't be much time left in this round right here. Tough round to score so far, but Ragdir has had a bit more success, definitely more success than he had in the 2nd round. Hard shots by Ragdir, trying to come out with a strong finish to put an impression on the judges. Big shots. Oh, big, huge shot to end the round there as the buzzer went off. And man, that was an exciting 3rd round, very close. I'll give a slight edge to Ragdir in that round. I believe he may have done enough to take the 1st and 3rd round and win this fight 2 rounds to 1, but we'll find out very soon from the judges. Looked like Ragdir took round 1, looked like Corelli took round 2. But I think Ragdir did just enough and had the harder shots to take round 3. We'll be finding out what the judges decide real soon. Stay tuned as that ends the kickboxing Port 26, but we still got 12 MMA fights coming up. So stay tuned for some great MMA action with some of the hottest stars here in the South Florida area testing themselves against fighters sometimes from other regions of the United States. We have 4 fighters from California fighting here tonight. So a lot of home fighters here down in South Florida trying to defend their turf. Let's take it into the cage to get the decision from our ring announcer, Robert Johnson.
first, your blue corner, Isa Matsurushi. Introducing first in the blue corner, making his debut and weighing in at 140.2 pounds, representing the boxing movement, Isa Matsurushi. And in the red corner, also making his debut, weighing in at 141 pounds, representing MMA Masters, Padilla. Referee for this fight, Reyes.
feet so far. Hard head kick by Padilla. And Padilla very aggressive and taking down Matsurushi. Matsurushi trying to scramble back up. But Padilla's all over him. Ooh, Matsurushi showing he's still in the fight, but he took a hard head kick there. Hard right leg right to the dome. And Padilla with strong takedown, well timed, and nearly moving into full mount here and just nearly taking Matsurushi's back. Looking for a possible suplex. Matsurushi doing well not to grab the cage, as he's got warned by Ray Ramos not to do it. And he's able to circle back around. Padilla looking very good so far. Solid takedowns, hard head kick, and landing a couple nice punches as well. Matsurushi needs to earn Padilla's respect, as it's all Padilla so far in the first round. Beautiful takedown by Padilla. Matsurushi offering no resistance, and Padilla looking to take the back, and he's in a very strong position right now. Let's see if Matsurushi can keep Padilla from taking him down again. Padilla's just dominated every aspect of this fight so far. The wrestling, the grappling, the kickboxing, it's been all Padilla all the way in this round. Matsurushi not having been able to unload any offense whatsoever. There we go, we reset back to the middle of the cage. Good job by Matsurushi avoiding the takedown, but Padilla is still a big problem for Matsurushi right now. Oh man, very, very wild, just looping punch by Matsurushi. And he just telegraphed that all the way, and Padilla saw that coming. And we got the 10-second clapper, and what's been a dominant first round for Isaac Padilla in his debut. Very, very strong round from Isaac Padilla. Isa Matsurushi has got a lot to talk about with his coaches there in the corner. He's going to have to come out with something special to change this fight up, because he did not have anything to offer Padilla in that first round at all. Padilla dominated every aspect of the game. The kickboxing, the wrestling, the ground game. Matsurushi should just be happy he got out of that first round. Let's see if he's got anything to offer here in the second round, because things are not looking good for him right now. Here we go with the second round of our fight between Isa Matsurushi and Isaac Padilla. Padilla with an extremely strong first round. Let's see if Matsurushi comes out with a different strategy here in the second. Matsurushi trying to use his jab to try to change things up. Good job by Matsurushi being able to back up Padilla against the fence, but Padilla, the minute his back hit the fence, went for a takedown immediately and gets another easy takedown. It's not taking a lot of work for Padilla to get those takedowns at this point. He immediately moves to half guard. It's gonna be tough here for Matsurushi. He's gotta get his back up against the fence, because right now he is pinned up there, and Padilla looks very strong on top. Good job by Matsurushi trying to bridge up, but Padilla uses the opportunity to move to side control. Right now he's got that head and arm control here. And now starting to try to land some ground and pound. Let's see what Padilla does here. He's got Matsurushi pretty well flattened out. See if he tries to throw that leg over and try to get full mount. If he's able to do that, he'd have Matsurushi in a terrible spot. There it is, there's the full mount. He's got Matsurushi pinned up against the fence, and now he's taking the back. See if he starts working for that rear naked choke. Padilla in this fight has just methodically broken down Matsurushi. There's been nothing that Matsurushi's been able to do apart from survive. But he has not won 1 second of this fight, and Padilla's trying to move towards that rear naked choke now. And it looks like he might be under the chin. Right now he's just got it across the chin. Good job by Matsurushi surviving that, as Padilla continues to work. And now he's secured the body triangle, and Matsurushi doing the smart thing and rolling towards the side where Padilla's ankle's at. That's the right way to get out of that body triangle position, but he's still pinned up against the fence here, which is terrible for him. As Padilla is looking to work that rear naked choke. Getting close, got it across the chin. Let's see if he can get it under there. And it's very close. Oh no, Matsurushi just doing just enough to survive, but doing too little to win any second of this fight so far. It's been all Padilla all the way. It's got to be exhausting for Matsurushi and really disheartening. He's had nothing to offer Padilla so far in this fight. I mean, right now, it looks to me like Padilla is clearly on his way to a 10-8 round if he doesn't get a finish here in this round. Interesting, though, that Padilla, despite all his control, he's not really landed any ground and pound whatsoever, just focused on trying to get the submission. And there we go. Padilla, knowing he's got no time to submit, and starts to throw some hammer fist to end the round there. But maybe he could have gotten that rear naked choke if he threw some more ground and pound to kind of distract Matsurushi. But either way, dominant 10-8 round for Padilla, in my opinion. And Matsurushi is going to have to get a stoppage here in the third round to win. I just don't see how he's going to do it.
Kicking his ass.
And here we go with the start of the third and final round here in our first MMA match of the evening here at Premier Fight League 26, coming to you from Champions in Doral. And Isaac Padilla so far with a dominant 2 rounds here against Isa Matsurushi. Padilla clearly taking the first 2 rounds, and in my opinion, taking the second round 10-8. Matsurushi needs to find a way to get a stoppage in this fight, or he's about to become 0-1 to start his MMA career. Matsurushi swinging wildly, knowing he needs a finish, and Padilla using that to easily get underneath and try to secure a takedown. Matsurushi has not shown any real takedown defense here so far in this fight. Padilla has shown some very, very strong wrestling chops. Padilla working on a single leg here up against the fence as Matsurushi tries to keep him off. That's a good job of Matsurushi being able to reset back to the middle of the cage. Now he's going to have to start throwing some significant strikes. Huge head kick from Padilla. Second big head kick he's been able to land this fight. He put Matsurushi down in the first round with one and nearly ended the fight. And now he's going in for another takedown as Matsurushi tries to recover from that strike. Padilla still working on that single leg, giving Matsurushi a chance to recover from that head strike. It's been all Padilla all night here so far. Matsurushi with not much to offer apart from showing great survival skills and a lot of heart. And we reset back to the middle of the cage. Padilla looking extremely sharp. Matsurushi just swinging with everything he's got, knowing he needs to somehow pull off a miraculous finish. Another high kick from Padilla. He's already successfully landed 2 of those on Matsurushi. And with Matsurushi having to throw a lot of strikes here to try to secure a finish, he's going to leave himself open to a counter. And Padilla has shown the ability to land that hard strike that could possibly end the fight for him, even though he's clearly on his way to a decision victory. Matsurushi cannot pull out a finish. Again, Matsurushi just swinging wildly, throwing those hands up in the air, leaving his body open to be taken down quite easily. And Padilla working on another takedown here. Matsurushi doing the smart thing, getting his back up against the fence to try to get back up on his feet. Padilla continuing to work for the takedown. Matsurushi just trying to hang on here. Not much he can do. I mean, I don't see any way he's going to get a finish here. He's not shown any submission skills. He hasn't even tried to throw up a submission yet. I mean, Padilla has just continuously been advancing his position, and Matsurushi has not landed any significant strikes, in my opinion, in this fight. And has just been barely able to survive some of these grappling exchanges. Padilla on his way to a dominant decision victory. Should be 30-26 on all the cards. And Matsurushi gets cut up a little here to end the fight, but a dominant fight from the hometown hero, Isaac Padilla, fighting for the hometown Gym MMA Masters. Sadly for Matsurushi, coming all the way from California, he'll come out empty-handed and had to head back home to California with a loss on his record. Judges are tabulating their scores right now, and we're going to take it into the cage to our ring announcer, Robert Johnson, to announce what I would expect is a dominant decision victory for Isaac Padilla.
Cuban MMA Systems, Eduardo Lazarus
Here we go with our third MMA match of the evening here in the bantamweight division, 135 pounds, between Marcos Sanchez and Eduardo Suarez. And a quick leg kick there. Oh, big slam! Big slam by Suarez to get Sanchez on his back. Suarez landing some hard ground and pound here. Suarez, 1 win, 1 loss. Says he's got great cardio and landing some ground and pound here on Sanchez. Sanchez 0-3, having lost a fight by decision, a fight by TKO, and a fight by guillotine in the second round. But it looks like he's starting to lock up a triangle and a big slam. Triangle choke, almost locked in there, and keeps on slamming him. And it looks like he's going to get out of it. And it looks like he's falling right back into a triangle again. He's kind of putting himself into that position. Looks like Sanchez almost has that triangle locked in. He's just got to get it fully locked in there. He's got to bring down that leg. I don't think Suarez can just continue to try to like slam him out and slam his way out of it, but it's kind of loose right now. The triangle's not fully in. He's trying to switch to an arm bar. And Suarez gets out of it. Suarez in a good position to take the back, but the problem is that the fence is in the way right now. He's still in a dominant position here. Even though Suarez has dominated this fight with the wrestling, Sanchez has shown that he could put up a triangle, possible armbar off his back, but so far Suarez is dictating where this fight takes place and has gotten some great big slams on Sanchez, 3 of them so far. So now we're back at a distance. Sanchez already showing a mouse underneath his left eye here. But let's see if he can make something happen at the distance, because Suarez has dominated this fight with his wrestling so far. There goes Suarez with a nice takedown, dragging down Sanchez. Sanchez unable to use a whizzer to stay on his feet there. Let's see what Suarez can do to get Sanchez back down. Let's see if Suarez has got another big slam in him. Those things can be exhausting to do and may sap his cardio, although he does say he is known for his cardio, as I said earlier in the fight. Suarez coming to us by way of Havana, Cuba, although he's living here in Miami now. And he gets Sanchez back down there as we close the first round. Dominant first round by Eduardo Suarez. He's up 1-0, using his wrestling to great effect. Sanchez is going to have a talk with his coaches, see if maybe they can get something going on their feet, because he's having no success right now in the clinch or on the ground. Crowd's really behind Eduardo Sanchez. They're lining up here against the ropes near the cage. Getting behind the hometown fighter here. Marcos Sanchez here trying to prep for round 2. Didn't have a very good first round. This is his first fight in 2 years. He's 0-3, but he hasn't fought since PFL 15 back on April 28, 2018. Hopefully he's used those 2.5 years to improve his game. and maybe get his first victory after starting his career 0-3. He's going to have to do something different, though. Eduardo Sanchez has looked really strong here so far. Eduardo Sanchez, his nickname is Las Manos Vendidas. For those of you who don't speak Spanish, that is the blessed hands. But he has not been using his hands in this fight, he's been using his wrestling. And let's see what Sanchez can do. Sanchez trying to come out strong with his striking, as I said. Has not offered much in the wrestling department, although he's been able to threaten off his back. But his path to victory may be here on the feet. Suarez will be smart to take it to the ground, where he's shown he can win the fight clearly. Big looping hand for Suarez. Suarez with more looping punches, whereas Sanchez is throwing the straighter punches like the jab. Suarez showing a lot of power, but despite his good cardio, like those long looping punches that to go along with the wrestling he's been doing can definitely sap your cardio. Hard punches from Suarez. Sanchez just covering up here. Suarez tries the head kick. Sanchez tries to counter, but Suarez is able to move out of the way. Suarez diving in for the takedown, and again, Sanchez has not shown that he can avoid those, but he's done well here to get in more advantageous position, even though Suarez is holding on to that single leg. Suarez is able to roll him over, but he's kind of rolled him over almost into a position where he could end up in a triangle. He's got to be smart to that. Almost fell into a triangle twice in the first round. Suarez got to be very careful here. Sanchez has shown that he can throw up a triangle or an armbar at a moment's notice, and he's kind of putting himself in that position again. Although it's kind of tough for Sanchez here being pressed up against the fence. Crowd really energized for this fight. So everybody's on their feet watching closely. Again, Suarez being the Cuban-born fighter living here in Miami. Well, a lot of Cubans here in Miami cheering him on right now. He even fights for a team called Cuban MMA Systems to show you where his loyalties lie. Suarez just hanging on here, like hanging out on top. Sanchez trying to offer some ground and pound, try to maybe possibly win over the judges or maybe even convince Mike Cardoso to stand this fight back up. But Cardoso has said it many times, he likes to let the fight play out on the ground and doesn't really like to intervene and stand the fight up, even if it stalls out a bit. Suarez looping in some ground and pound. Again, he's got to stay vigilant. As I said, Sanchez has been known to throw up triangles, although we're coming closer to the end of the second round. Another dominant round for Eduardo Suarez. It should be up 2 rounds to none now. And that's the end of the second round. Suarez bagging another round with his wrestling. Sanchez is going to need something dramatic if he wants to get his first victory. He's 0-3. He might be on his way to 0-4 unless he can get a stoppage victory here in the third round. Looking at Suarez in the corner here, he's trying to catch his wind. That wrestling can definitely have an impact on your cardio no matter how good it is. And yet Sanchez is going to have to go all out here in the final round. He's going to have to land something significant to change the pace of this fight, or Suarez will just be able to rely on his wrestling to win this fight in dominant fashion. Thanks for tuning in once again to Premier Fight League 26. Here coming to you from Champions in Doral. The highest attendance ever for a Premier Fight League fight card here tonight. We got famous MMA fighters such as Colby Covington in the house right now. Colby Covington recently joining MMA Masters Gym, and it's a pleasure to have him out here for the fights. Shows you how much the Premier Fight League brand has grown over the years. Showing the best amateur talent here in South Florida. As we start the third round here of this 135-pound MMA match between Eduardo Suarez and Marco Sanchez. Lucia Suarez goes back to his wrestling roots here and takes Sanchez down once again. Sanchez, the 26-year-old fighter here, trying to get his first victory, but he's going to need a finish here in the third round to make that possible. Spinning back fist attempt from Suarez falls short. Sanchez clinking up with Suarez up against the fence. One of the few times that Sanchez has successfully gotten Suarez backed up against the fence, but he's got to land something significant here as Suarez dives in for another single leg. And he's able to get Sanchez down once again. Sanchez trying to wrap up a possible Kimura to try to hold off that takedown attempt. Again, Sanchez pulling for that Kimura. Let's see if he can pull it off. Suarez fully committed to the takedown and is moving towards Sanchez's back now. Got the waist lock. Sanchez tried for a second to roll for a leg lock, but it didn't quite work out there as Suarez was smart to it. Suarez is taking the back now. Oh, Suarez goes too high and he ends up on his back. Sanchez now on top, landing some ground and pound. Suarez hanging on to that single leg though, and he's shown no matter how long he holds on to that, eventually he can get the takedown, but he's got to be careful here as Sanchez is landing some ground and pound. Suarez is just laying here. He's not really making a move to finish the takedown right now. He's kind of just sitting there taking this ground and pound from Sanchez. When this round continues this way, maybe Sanchez can steal this round, but given what happened in the first 2 rounds, Suarez will just win this fight 2 rounds to 1. Sanchez has got to find a way to get a finish. Suarez again forcing the clinch here. Sanchez successfully able to get back to the center of the cage, and he's just got to throw everything he's got as we got less than a minute left here in this 3-round fight that Suarez is on his way to winning. Wrestling heavy affair here. Both fighters swinging as we come towards the end of the fight. 10 seconds left. It looks like Suarez is on his way to a decision victory here. Ooh, high kick attempt from Sanchez doesn't land, and Suarez is going to win this decision. That's the end of the fight. That's the end of the fight. Ref Mike Cardozo steps in, and Suarez is going to take the decision here pretty clearly, using his wrestling to dominate the first 2 rounds. Judges are handing in their decisions now. We're going to take it down to our ring announcer, Robert Johnson, for the decision. here we go with some flyweight action here, 125-pound division. Welcome again to Premier Fight League 26, as we have Nathan Reyes against Henry Zamora. Both these guys fought on the same card in their debuts back in PFL 21 on April 20th, 2019. Unfortunately, both of them lost that night. But hopefully one of them can get a victory against each other. We don't have a draw in this fight, so hopefully somebody will get their first victory tonight as they come out strong. Zamora coming out real strong here. Very aggressive, pinning up Reyes up against the fence. Zamora, very aggressive. Very, very aggressive 19-year-old right here. Landing some shots on the 25-year-old Nathan Reyes, and now diving in for a takedown. I don't know if you guys heard that when Nathan Reyes was walking out, but there's a lot of fans supporting him out here tonight. He's a local here from Miami. As I said, back on April 20th at PFL 21, Nathan Reyes lost to Luis Ortega by split decision, so he very nearly won that fight, just fell just short. Zamora making his second appearance here tonight. He was at PFL 21 as well, and now he's taking full mount against Reyes. Fortunately for Zamora in his first fight at PFL 21, he lost to Marquise King, who will be fighting here later tonight. So let's see if Zamora can get his first victory after suffering a TKO defeat in round 2 to Marquise King. We will see Marquise King later on tonight. And now they're back on their feet. Good job by Reyes to get back to his feet after being fully mounted by Henry Zamora. And Zamora continues to control the action here up against the fence. Very strong round so far from Zamora. And now we've got the fight separated back out, and Zamora continues to show that aggressiveness he showed in the first few moments of the fight. Throwing punches and bunches to back Reyes up against the fence, and once he gets him up against the fence, landing big shots, as you see right there. But good job by Reyes firing back, but what he needs to do is circle off the cage and get back to the center. Otherwise, he'll end up in a wrestling situation like this with Zamora on his back. Zamora trying to stay on top, trying to take the back here. For a brief moment, it looked like he might slip off into possibly getting in a position for an armbar, but right now it looks like he's trying to regain that position. Unfortunately, he loses the back here. Now he's trying to lock up possible guillotine. Let's see. No, lets it go. Good job by Reyes now being able to pin up Zamora up against the fence. It's the first time that Reyes has really been in any sort of control in this fight. Zamora has been usually the one taking up the initiative. But Reyes has got to let go of some offense here. Even though he might be controlling the position, Zamora's mostly dominated the round, and it looks like Zamora's going to win the first round here as it comes to a close. Zamora clearly the more aggressive fighter, landing a lot of significant strikes to start the round and then using his wrestling to control the action on the ground, even taking full mount for a brief spell there. Reyes has got to do something different. Did land a couple of punches standing, but for the most part, Zamora controlled the action there. Zamora very, very aggressive in that first round, and unfortunately for Nathan Reyes, he was not able to counter Zamora very effectively at all. Zamora doing very well to use his striking to get within grappling distance and then using that opportunity to clinch up and to get the fight to the ground where he was mostly able to control the fight on the ground. Again, Nathan Reyes with a big contingent here, a lot of fans cheering him on as he walked out to the cage. But Henry Zamora, training out of MMA Masters, a very, very strong gym, and he's shown very, very good skills so far early in the fight. And here we go with round 2 of this flyweight bout between Henry Zamora and Nathan Reyes. Zamora looking very fresh right now. Both fighters coming out very aggressive, very strong. Nice low kick, nice calf kick by Zamora, taking Reyes off balance a bit. Both guys are swinging wildly here. Oh, huge shot landed by Reyes, and Zamora just took it like it was nothing. Zamora just walking down Reyes constantly, but both guys are swinging. Oh boy, Reyes landing a couple of good shots here in the second round, but Zamora just keeps coming forward. Like I said, Zamora, 19 years old, like literally nothing to fear, but he is getting countered every now and then effectively by Reyes here in the second round. Ooh, nice. And there you go. The minute that Zamora is able to back Reyes up against the cage, he goes in for the takedown. Something he did very effectively in the first round. And he's got Reyes down again, and has moved into half guard. Got Reyes trapped up against the fence there. Reyes needs to find a way to get his back up against the cage in order to wall walk his way back up. But right now Zamora's doing a good job of keeping him down here. Good job by Reyes to get his back up against the fence and get back up to his feet. Exactly what he needed to do. I don't know what happened there, but Zamora just got knocked down with some heavy shots. I don't know what happened there, but Zamora's hurt real bad. I just looked at his eyes and his eyes were rolling. Something happened up against the fence where Zamora had to clinch and all of a sudden he started to back up and then he just got hit by a 1-2 combination and put him down. Not quite sure what happened against the cage there, but something significant occurred to get Zamora to back up to open up that opportunity for Reyes to land that 1-2 that changed the complexion of this fight. Reyes was attempting to use Wizard there to get back up to his feet, but now Zamora's gotten back to full mount and now has taken it back. Reyes nearly finishing Zamora there. Zamora was badly hurt, and I can see in his face he's still recovering. Blinking his eyes, trying to get back into it, but he's in an advantageous wrestling position, and now pinning down the arm with the knee there. Good job by Zamora to recover. The referee got kind of close there, was taking a close look at possibly stopping the fight. Now he's trying to get a guillotine choke. Reyes trying to defend here. Zamora with one hook in, but unable to get the second hook in because the cage is in the way. Reyes doing a good job holding Zamora's arm, trying to prevent him from advancing to a more dominant position. And the round's about to come to an end. Zamora dominated long lengths of that round, but Reyes with a huge moment, knocking down Zamora with a very hard 1-2 combination. It'll be interesting to see how they score that, because striking-wise, Reyes had the biggest moments in that round, but wrestling-wise, Zamora dominated the round. So it'll be an interesting round to score for the judges, for sure. Reyes must be kicking himself. He came so close to possibly finishing that fight there in that second round. But hopefully, we'll see by now, Zamora should be well recovered from that. But that's got to give Reyes some confidence, the fact that he was able to put down Zamora. Unlike a lot of these fights that we've seen earlier where one fighter dominates and the complexion of the fight really doesn't change and you get a dominant decision victory, Reyes has shown that he can turn this fight, and he does have a very definite chance of possibly coming up even with a stoppage here in the third round. He's got to find a way to keep Zamora from out-wrestling him like Zamora's been able to do for large stretches of the first and second round. Reyes does have a path to victory. Let's see if he can implement it. And here we go with the start of the third round here in this flyweight fight here, Premier Fight League 26. Nathan Reyes against Henry Zamora. Low kicks to start off from Reyes. Zamora a little bit more measured than he has been in the first two rounds. See if those shots took some of his cardio away from him. Not nearly as active as he was in the first two rounds. Hard shots landed by Reyes. Zamora immediately goes back to his wrestling. But Reyes has definitely been showing the more effective striking over the last 3 minutes or so of this fight. Big hard shots landed by Reyes, and Zamora looks like he's hurt. Zamora's still firing back though. But Reyes is landing some very, very hard shots. Zamora not showing much in terms of striking defense at this point. Oh, mouthpiece comes out. And Zamora's trying to use this opportunity to go ahead and get some. Oh boy, look at the mouthpiece back in. Ray Ramos putting the mouthpiece back into Reyes, and we resume the action. Zamora coming out strong now. Reyes looked like he was covering up, and he gets taken down. Zamora in side control. Reyes trying to kick off the cage with his feet, but Zamora in a pretty dominant side control position. Zamora's trying to move him back out towards the middle of the cage where the fence won't be so much of a factor in terms of getting Reyes to stand back up. But Zamora here in side control, knowing all he's got to do is win this round, and for sure he'll win the decision. Reyes has got to do something to get back to his feet. He has had moments where he's been able to land hard shots on Zamora and hurt him, but if the fight remains here, Zamora's going to be on his way to a victory. Hard knees to the ribs there from Zamora. And Reyes is not really sure. Zamora's got to be careful there. He cannot knee to the spine like he's doing. Ray Ramos has not noticed that he's doing that. Ray Ramos checking in to see how Reyes is doing, as Zamora is just controlling the action here on his way to a decision victory if things continue to play out this way. Zamora trying to get the knee on belly position and land some ground and pound, possibly even moving the mount. We'll see what he does with this. Zamora's biding his time, as both fighters must be pretty tired here. Again, both fighters haven't fought in a year and a half, so I can see how they would be tired as the fight comes to a close. It should be a dominant decision victory for Henry Zamora. He had a little scare in the second round, but it looks like he's going to win this decision. Great fight, guys. The judges are heading into the decision now, and then they're going to give that decision over to our ring announcer, Robert Johnson. We're going to be here till like 1 or 1:30 at this point. Right. 1, 2, 3. With a lightweight bout at 155 pounds here at Premier Fight League 26 between Adam Livingston and Raniel Naranjo. Both guys making their MMA debuts, but Livingston has fought in Muay Thai and no-gi Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu before, having gone 1-0 in Muay Thai and 1-1 in no-gi Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. So here we go. Livingston coming out fast with some flashy spinning back kicks, and let's see what Naranjo has to offer. Oh man, Naranjo coming out with the powerful punches to counteract Livingston's spinning attacks. Some leg kicks as well. Naranjo trains out of MMA Masters, originally from Venezuela. He classifies himself as mainly a striker, and he gets nailed. He gets nailed and he gets dropped by a hard punch, and Livingston's all over him right now. Let's see if Naranjo can recover, but I'm looking at his eyes right now, and he doesn't look like he's all there. He looks very hurt to me. And down he goes again. Referee's looking closely, and the fight's over. Mike Cardoso has called an end to this fight. Livingston wins in dramatic fashion. Livingston just really nailed Naranjo really hard. And that's why they call Adam Livingston the Atom Bomb. That lives up to his nickname. And that's why he was 1-0 in Muay Thai as well. He said he's a well-rounded fighter, and he's got a blue belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, but as you can see, he's got some powerful, powerful strikes as well. Great job by Adam Livingston on a very exciting victory. Adam Livingston moves to 1-0 in his MMA career, along with his 1-0 record in Muay Thai. Very exciting fight. It's got to be disappointing for Raniel Naranjo and his MMA Masters team, but I'm sure he'll be back stronger the next time. Stay tuned.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next we've got three-minute rounds of MMA action in the men's 180-pound division. In the blue corner, making his debut, weighing in at 181.4 pounds, and representing the Movement Boxing, Dion Young. And in the red corner, also making his debut, weighing in at 175.2 pounds, and representing MMA Masters, El Chino de Miami, Chu. Referee for this fight, Reyes.
Young's initial attacks in this fight. He's finishing out the round strong here. And here we go with the end of the first round. After an extremely strong start from Dion Young, Fang Chu came back towards the end of the round. I still feel Dion Young had the more dominant moments of that first round. You know, landing some hard shots to start the fight, getting the takedown. being in dominant positions on the ground for the most part. Even though Feng Chu had a strong end to the round, I still feel Dion Young had the bigger moments in that round to win it. But Feng Chu gaining some momentum towards the end of that round, and I'm very, very excited to see what Feng Chu has to offer here to start the second round. Feng Chu very composed through some real tough moments to start that round. Let's see if Dion Young comes out very fast like he did, very aggressive like he did in the first round and the second round. And here we go with the start of the second round of this 180-pound MMA fight between Dion Young and Feng Chu. Very excited start to the first round. Let's see what happens here in the second. Feng Chu going back to the kicks. Dion Young looks like he's coming out, trying to like be aggressive again like he was in the beginning of the first round. Both guys in the pocket here. Young's done a good job to back up Feng Chu towards the fence. Good job by Chu to circle off the fence and land a nice leg kick there. Chu mixing it up with the leg kicks and the punches. Young mostly just throwing punches at this point. Dion Young coming out of the Movement Boxing Gym in California. True to his words, he's mostly just throwing punches in this fight. As I said, Chu says that he is a strong boxer, and he has held his own. He went through some tough moments in the beginning of the first round, but really this fight has been a different fight since Chu got off his back in the first round. And it's been pretty even so far in this round. Chu just landing a bit more with the kicks. Young a little hesitant in this round, but here we go with a nice exchange against the fence. And Young landed some hard shots there up against the fence and throwing Chu around. Both guys making their MMA debut here, holding their own. Neither fighter really dominating the fight so far. Young dominated the first minute or so of the first round, but really it's been a pretty even fight since. Hard right hand landed by Young. Chu backs up. Every time Young lands one of those, Chu backs up back towards the fence where Young usually tries to pile it on. So we'll see what happens here. Chu's attacks mostly coming in the way of low kicks. Possible low blow there, but Ray Ramos does not step in. Both guys exchanging here. Nothing of significance landing. Chu with a smile. Oh, big Superman punch, and Chu's hurt bad. Chu's done. He's done. Ray Ramos steps in. This fight's over. What a barrage. What a barrage landed. Chu's not completely certain where he's at right now. I'm like looking at him in the eyes. He doesn't look like he's all there. What a victory for Dion Young. Some real hard shots. It all started off with a massive right Superman punch from Dion Young. Chu was a very game opponent, but once that Superman punch landed from Dion Young, he knew he had him hurt, and he just landed a barrage, and Chu was out on his feet. Doctor's examining Chu right now. Still looks a little wobbly. Hope he'll be all right, but what a victory for Dion Young. Great victory from Dion Young, coming all the way from California. His teammate had lost earlier in the night. I'm sure his coach is very happy to get the victory here. Be a happy flight home back to California for him.
3 hours ago. This is a replay of an earlier fight that they had on the boxing card. Because the co-main event ended too quickly, so they put something else. The main event's supposed to be next, but there's a name for TV.
And here we go with a featherweight MMA fight at 146 pounds between Lazarus Dayron and Alejandro Estrada. Estrada just 20 years old and Dayron just 23 years old. Dayron got his MMA debut victory just 2 months ago by decision. And here we go. Dayron coming out strong here. Dayron's nickname, El Cazador, means the hunter in Spanish, and he's definitely doing that right now. Dayron landing some very solid strikes. Estrada not backing down though. Estrada's in the Army, he's not gonna back down. He's had a lot of discipline pushed into him to being in the Army. Both fighters living here in Miami. Dayron originally from Havana, Cuba. Dayron looking very, very strong right now, looking very good, very crisp. Estrada, though, hanging in there. Oh, man, I don't know what that was. Trying to go for a takedown, didn't quite work out. Estrada did describe himself as being a pressure grappler. Haven't seen much of that yet. Mostly been seeing a lot of Dairon striking at this point. But Estrada definitely wants to get this fight to the ground. Both very young fighters. Dairon 1-0, Estrada making his debut here. Dairon's striking definitely looks much crisper. Estrada looks more like a grappler who's just throwing out strikes to hopefully try to set up a takedown. Not a lot behind Estrada strikes at this point. Big uppercut from Dairon, lands right on the chin of Estrada. Estrada not really landing anything of significance. Everything he's thrown is fallen short yet. It looks like he's got more of like the takedown in his mind than actually landing these strikes. Dairon, though, very comfortable on his feet, living up to his hunter nickname, El Cazador, in Spanish. Big right hand from Estrada, the most significant strike he's landed in this fight. Trying to earn Dairon's respect right now, which is like one of the big things you've got to do in order to be able to get inside and possibly get a takedown. Big uppercut again. That's the second time Dairon's landed that in the last minute. Dairon definitely be able to pick through any striking defense that Estrada may have, and Dairon should easily have taken that round. He's the one that landed the most significant offense of that round. Apart from one solid strike landed by Estrada, he really didn't do much. And he's got to find a way to get this fight to the ground because it's clear that Dairon's got the stronger striking right now. Dairon fighting out of Goat Shed, and his training camp is called Goat Shed, and Estrada's coming out of JPBJJ. And given by that name, you can tell that his key to victory is to try to somehow get this fight to the ground, because Dairon right now is definitely dominating the stand-up. Dairon looking very composed right now. Very calm, not breathing heavy, listening to his coaches, good body language. Estrada's gonna have to show us something. He didn't really do much in that first round. Here we go with the second round of this featherweight MMA fight between Alejandro Estrada and Lázaro Dairon. See if Estrada comes out a little bit more aggressive or more aggressively pursues a takedown. Big uppercut. I'm telling you, man, that Dairon uppercut, it comes so quickly and it always lands right on the chin. Always able to split the guard of Estrada. And that's what's going to keep him at a distance. Spinning back fist attempt by Dairon, and finally Estrada uses that as an opportunity to clinch, but he's not able to get anywhere near a takedown. Big right hand landed by Estrada. Good job. Second significant strike in my opinion he's landed this fight. Another big uppercut. That uppercut's been a winner for Dairon the entire fight. There it is again. Estrada's got to learn to counter that uppercut and not just stand there and stand there befuddled, not knowing what to do. He's got to take the opportunity to either counter or at least go for a takedown in that space. At least Estrada's coming a bit more forward in this round than in the last round where he kind of just stayed back and got picked apart. And even though Estrada is coming forward a bit more than he has before, Dairon smartly doesn't go straight back. He backs off at an angle, circles off. And we have our first significant clinch of the fight right now. interestingly coming from Dairon. Estrada, like I said, he says he's a pressure grappler. We haven't seen much of that in this fight, but maybe now that we're in a grappling situation, we'll see more of that part of his game. Right now, Dairon holding on to a single leg. And he gets Estrada down. Dairon circling to the back. Dairon controlling all aspects of this fight, getting the best of the stand-up, and now in the clinch battle. Landing some hard strikes against Estrada. Estrada goes down. Estrada goes down. And he's not offering anything in return. And the referee, Mike Cardoso stops the fight. Very impressive victory from Lazarus Dairon. Landed some very hard shots in the clinch up against the fence, and down goes Estrada. And he lands a follow-up ground and pound to finish the fight. Very impressive victory from Lazarus Dairon, moving up his record up to 2-0. 2 victories in 2 months. Alejandro Estrada, just 20 years old, suffers his first defeat. Hopefully he'll learn from the loss and come back stronger the next time.
come together with the team at MMA Masters. And Colby's actually emerged as a leader to a lot of the younger fighters out there. Colby, pleasure. How y'all doing tonight? It's good to be out here, seeing these warriors, chasing their dreams. You know, I see myself in a lot of these kids, you know. And one thing I know is if you work hard, you believe in yourself, you can accomplish anything. So, hope you guys have a good night. Enjoy the fights, and where's Jorge Moscow? Why is he running? Get this guy in the pump, right in there. I can see you right in. No, that's me. Let's have a round of applause for Corelli, KR's Livingston.
Here we go with a bantamweight MMA fight between Gustavo Simistera and Marquise King. Marquise King 2-0, two-time veteran here of PFL, having won at PFL 25 and PFL 21. Fighting against Gustavo Simistera, one of the strongest grapplers we've had here at PFL. 10-0 BJJ record, 5 in no-gi and 5-0 in no-gi, 5-0 with a gi. So Simistera should be very dangerous here on the ground. Interestingly, Marquise King taking him down. Marquise King with 2 victories here at PFL. He beat Frank Mello by decision at PFL 25, and he beat Henry Zamora, who fought earlier here tonight, won by knockout at PFL 21 back in April of 2019. Simistera tried to get the guillotine, didn't quite work out. King's got to be careful not to hold the cage there. Simistera possibly working towards the guillotine choke. See if he can get it. Very dangerous is Simistera. 10-0 in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu matches, so let's see what he can do here. Simistera coming by way of Ecuador, that's where he's originally from. 34 years old with Simistera. Marquise King, 23 years old, just starting off his career. Marquise King says he's well-rounded and he relies heavily on his cardio to beat his opponents. Right now in half guard against Simistera. Simistera chasing a single leg takedown. King's got to be careful. He continuously puts his head in a position to possibly get guillotined, and against an experienced grappler like Simistera, that's always a dangerous proposition. Simistera, just like about a year ago, was in a 16-man grappling tournament, won 4 matches to win the gold medal in that grappling tournament. So he's definitely able to fight on the ground for long periods of time without getting too tired to be effective. Simistera still working towards the guillotine choke here. King's got to be careful. And here we go. Simistera with a big punch. It looked like it caught King's flush on the chin. King going back to the takedown. And King is able to get the takedown again as we're reaching the end of the first round here. King should have been, it looks like he's won that round by using his wrestling to remain in top control for most of the round. And here we go into the second round. It's going to be interesting to see with King having such a grappling heavy attack, constantly going for the takedown, whether his cardio will be able to hold up for all 3 rounds. Looks like he's breathing pretty hard already, and it's only been 1 round. Simistera, on the other hand, very used to grappling, probably won't be sapped as much by all the wrestling that's going on. Marquise King, up 1 round, trying to get to 3-0 in his early amateur career here, just 23 years old, one of the bigger prospects here at PFL. With a win to go to 3-0 in PFL, could very well be in line to possibly get a shot at the PFL bantamweight title with a victory. And here we go with round 2. Gustavo Simistera against Marquise King. Simistera coming out very aggressive, very strong with the strikes. Marquise King really hasn't struck much in this fight. He's gone straight to the wrestling every time. But look, Simistera this time the one being the aggressor, chasing the takedown. Marquise King getting the underhooks. And it looks like he will be able to take Simistera down once again. But Simistera is trying to get the guillotine choke here. King's got to be careful. Simistera extremely dangerous on the ground. King still working on the single leg. He's got it. Again, Simistera's trying to isolate the neck here. Trying to work his way maybe for a arm-in guillotine. And he lets it go. And they settle into half guard here. King in half guard takes full mount. He's got him pinned up against the fence. Very impressive by Marquis King here. Marquis King showing his wrestling chops against a very dangerous jiu-jitsu practitioner in Simistera. And Simistera is kind of sweet on top, but King's able to maintain control here, and King's got his back. Dominating here in the second round. He's got the body triangle now. And Simistera does the right thing, rolling towards the side where Marquis King's ankle is. That's the way to break the body triangle position. But it looks like Marquis King's on his way to being up 2 rounds to none right now. Simistera not really showing much in terms of grappling chops here in this match, despite his 10-0 Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu match record from before. Simistera nearly sweeps to the top, but Marquis King is able to maintain control. Marquis King trying to flatten out Simistera, but not much doing as we come close to the end here of the second round of action. Just has one hook in at this point, does Marquis King. And we're approaching now the end of the second round. Another dominant round by Marquis King. He should be up 2 rounds to none at this point. Simistera is going to have to really go for broke here in the third round. He's shown that he can land some significant strikes standing against Marquis King. Maybe that's going to be the strategy in this next round, as when Simistera went for the takedown, he actually opened himself to be taken down himself and was never able to get off his back, as Marquis King has shown that he has the dominant grappling chops when it comes to this matchup. Simistera too content to chase guillotines and end up on his back, and he's not shown an ability to either want to get off his back or go aggressively enough for submissions off of his back to make much of a difference here. He's gonna have to change course. I think his best way to victory possibly is to keep the fight standing and see if he can get a knockout. Round 3 of the fight between Gustavo Simistera and Marquis King. Marquis King 1 round away possibly from going to 3-0 here at PFL. Who knows, maybe a bantamweight title shot in the future. But Simistera doing exactly what we expected, going strong for a knockout. Knowing that he's down 2 rounds, he needs to aggressively pursue the finish. Marquis King needs to rely on his wrestling, which has served him well in this match. But again, all this wrestling could be sapping his cardio. Let's see if he's still got some gas left in the tank to take Simistera down again. And he does. He's able to get Simistera down again, but Simistera cannot be content to just lay here on his back like he has in the first 2 rounds. He either has to pursue the submission or try to get back up. King trying to get Simistera settled on his back. Right now Simistera is still with his back to the fence, making it possible for him to get back up, even though he hasn't shown that ability here in the first 2 rounds. King trying to move Simistera back towards the center of the cage and away from the fence so that he can ensure that he stays in this dominant position through the end of the round and take a dominant decision victory here. Neither fighter really showing the ability to finish the fight, but Marquise King has been able to control the fight mostly with his wrestling. Simistera not much, showing much offense off his back so far. Right now, King in half guard. Trying to move off the side control, and looks like he might be moving into full mount here. And he's nearly there. And he's got full mount now. Let's see if Marquise King unleashes some ground and pound, which is not something we've really seen him do in the first 2 rounds. Instead of trying to buck King off, but King is doing well to remain in this dominant position. Last time we were in this position, Simistera rolled and gave up his back, which King was able to maintain back control for the duration of the second round. And if that continues this way, King's going to be on his way to a 3-0 record with a dominant 3 rounds to none decision victory. And there's nothing that I've seen in this fight that's going to show that Simistera is going to be able to get out of this situation right now. King trying to unleash some ground and pound, and in return, Simistera gives up his back. Let's see if King is able to land some ground and pound and maybe open up an opportunity to get a rear naked choke here. King did say he loves getting rear naked choke victories. And that's the end of the fight. Marquise King moving up to 3-0 here at PFL. Marquise King with 3 victories here at PFL in the last year and a half. One of the biggest up-and-coming fighters we got here at PFL. 23 years old with a bright future ahead of him. Showing off strong wrestling chops here tonight against the dangerous jiu-jitsu practitioner. Judges are making their decision now, and they're going to be handing that off to our ring announcer, Robert Johnson, for the decision. welterweight bout at 170 pounds here at PFL 26 between Juanse Mejias and David Hernandez. Juanse Mejias, one of the most credentialed wrestlers we've ever had at PFL, having wrestled for many years at the University of Oklahoma, compiled a 40-19 record wrestling over in Oklahoma during his college career, including being ranked number 10 in the nation in wrestling while he was there. Mejias also won a Florida Wrestling Championship while he was in high school as a 4-time high school All-American in wrestling, so extremely credentialed wrestler in Mejias. Went 29-11 in wrestling while he was in the University of Oklahoma. And he's up against here David Hernandez, making his debut, 30 years old. Hernandez, a purple belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and he gets taken down by Mejias. Mejias showing his wrestling chops. It's going to be hard for Hernandez to stay off his back in this fight. He's going to have to really rely on that jiu-jitsu to possibly try to win the fight against Mejias, but Mejias an extremely strong grappler. Mejias was originally born in Havana, Cuba, and now he lives here full-time in Miami, even though, like I said, he did go off to the University of Oklahoma for 4 years on a wrestling scholarship, and now he's back here in Miami making his MMA debut. Mejias trying to fish for another takedown. Mejias says he's been training MMA for about 12 years now, even though he's just making his debut. Says he's very unpredictable in the way he approaches the fights. Mejias giving Hernandez no space to get any offense off. Mejias just controlling the action, controlling the cage, landing hard knees. Gotta be careful here. Small separations that lead to exchanges. It looks like possibly a little blow there, but nothing doing. Big takedown by Mejias. And as expected, Mejias controlling the fight with his wrestling. Has a lot of experience here on the ground and feels very comfortable being on top, which is where a wrestler usually spends most of their time. Let's see what Hernandez can offer here off his back. Again, he is a purple belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu training at JPBJJ. And we're back in the clinch now. Mejias not giving Hernandez any space to operate. Hernandez just trying to land some uppercuts here in the clinch, but again, Mejias controlling the action. And you can bet with all that Division I NCAA experience at a top wrestling university and being a Florida State champion, Mejias is not going to get tired. He's got cardio for days. He loves the grappling. That's the end of the first round. That's the end of the first round. Mejias was using his wrestling to dominate that first round of action. There you see it. There you see what a Division I wrestling background, as well as being a Florida State wrestling champion, can do for you when you come make your MMA debut. He's gonna have to evolve his game a bit. He looked a little lost there with the striking there at the end of the first round, although it could be that he heard the bell when nobody else did, because that bell was not very loud to end the first round. Hernandez is gonna have to find a way to keep the distance here between himself and Mejias. Because Hernandez is not going to be able to keep Mejias from taking him down if they end up in the clinch again. And here we go to the start of round 2 between Juanse Mejias and David Hernandez. And Hernandez with some big uppercuts, and he's hurt Mejias with that. Mejias is going to have to rely on his wrestling, but he is hurt right now. Big uppercut by Hernandez. And now he's on top, and he's a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu purple belt against a wrestler who's not used to being on his back. In wrestling, the idea is to stay off your back. Let's see what Hernandez can do here with this opportunity. Big opportunity for David Hernandez after a rough first round. and Mejias relying on his wrestling to save himself. Mejias looks completely lost in the stand-up, though. He's going to have to evolve that part of his game if he wants to make the transition from top-level wrestling over to MMA. Hernandez trying to set up a triangle choke, while Mejias may still be rocked and not will be aware of what's going on. He's got the triangle. He's got the triangle choke. Can he finish this fight? Possible armbar as well. He may have this. This may be the end of the fight right here. This fight may be done. It looks like he's got the armbar locked in. Mejias doesn't seem to be sure about how to get out of this position. Let's see if he can get out of this. But it looks like that Hernandez may have that armbar locked in. He's still got that arm trap. He's got it belly down. Can Mejias get out of this position? Let's see if he can get his elbow out. It looks like he's going to get out of it, but he's still in danger of getting triangled here. And he gets out, he backs out. The crowd is really hyped up right now, surrounding the cage. Mejias a little hesitant to go back into Hernandez's guard after being threatened by a triangle armbar. But he's also hesitant to let Hernandez back up as he was rocked when they were standing. Mejias back down, trying to avoid getting fully into Hernandez's guard. And he's back in Hernandez's guard again. Let's see if Hernandez is able to offer some more submission offense off his back like he did with that triangle armbar attempt. You look at how this round has played out so far. Hernandez with a knockdown, nearly finishing Mejias, nearly finishing him with a triangle, nearly finishing him with an armbar. It looks like a very good round right now for David Hernandez to try to even things up 1 round to 1 round. And we got the 10-second clapper as Mejias is landing some strong ground and pound to finish the round. And that's the end of the second round. Strong finish to the round for Mejias, but mostly Hernandez winning that round with the knockdown and some near finishes, both in striking and in submissions.
Please stand behind the red ribbon. Also note please.
In my opinion, this fight's 1 round apiece with the 3rd round to decide it right now. Strong start to the round from David Hernandez. Mejias ended the round strong, but Mejias looks tired. And from what I've seen with Mejias, he's got great wrestling, but he's not there yet in terms of his striking ability, and he has shown that he can be susceptible to submission, especially when he's been rocked in the stand-up. Let's see if David Hernandez can take the lessons learned from that round and try to implement them again in the 3rd round to possibly get the finish or maybe even a decision if the judges see it his way. The crowd is extremely excited for this fight right now. They're all on their feet. Mejias is looking really tired right now. David Hernandez, though, looks very fresh. Mejias' corner left a puddle of water there on the ground. They should have probably toweled that off, but here we go with the start of the 3rd round. Hernandez looks like the fresher, stronger fighter right now. And Mejias is going to have to rely heavily on his wrestling to make it through this 3rd round. Hernandez got to be careful there not to hold the fence. Mejias landing some strong ground and pound here. Hernandez not really having a response to this ground and pound that Mejias is landing with. Mejias leaning heavily on his Division I wrestling experience, and Hernandez does not have an answer to this ground and pound. Referee's checking in to see if he's okay, but Hernandez is not improving his position right now. He's kind of just taking this ground and pound right now, and it looks like he's kind of handcuffed here a bit. Hernandez flattened out. Mejias leaning heavily on his wrestling, even though as tired as he is. He's leaning heavily on his wrestling, hitting Hernandez with significant strikes right on the jaw. Hernandez sticking out his tongue saying he's all right, but the referee's taking a close look here. Mejias with a dominant position right now, using this opportunity to handcuff Hernandez and land some ground and pound right to Hernandez's chin. And if Hernandez is not able to improve his position, the referee may start thinking about ending this fight if some more strikes start to land for Mejias. Because Hernandez right now is handcuffed. His right arm is handcuffed, like Mejias has got his arm trapped. Hernandez is trying to sit up to try to improve his position here. Crowd really behind Yoenis Mejias right now, who looks on his way to winning a dominant decision victory. He had some moments where he was in trouble. He got knocked down in the second round, but he looks like he's going to cruise his way to a decision victory here in his MMA debut. David Hernandez able to regain guard here. He did threaten with a triangle armbar earlier in the second round. Let's see if he can get some offense of his back, although he's running out of time here in the third round. Mejias is absolutely exhausted, but he's been leaning heavily on his wrestling, and now he's landing some decent ground and pound. Hernandez is trying to land some ground and pound of his own from the back, but we're here at the 10-second clapper, and it looks like Mejias is going to win this decision. That's the end of the fight. It looks like Yoenis Mejias has done enough to possibly win this fight 2 rounds to 1, in my opinion. The judges will hand in their decision now, and our ring announcer, Robert Johnson, will let us know who's got the victory. Yoenis Mejias absolutely exhausted in his MMA debut, but he probably did just enough to win this fight 2 rounds to 1. Exhausted, bro. He can't even get up. I thought the other guy was gonna win. He would have won it that
fight had gone longer. Yeah, but I thought he was going to try to strike the last round, but he got great. Still got 4 fights left and he's already been there.
If you didn't know it, this guy took this fight on 2 days' notice. You can see he left everything in the cage. 3 3-minute rounds. They're packed with more action than you can see at UFC in 25 minutes. Johnson, I can't wait to see you back in my cage again. Congratulations on an amazing victory.
Thank you. Also, shout out to my team, Roshan. Shout out to Dennis DeVoe, Jack, Joe Mendes, Uncle Ron, everybody in the show and in the street. Let's go.
If you've been injured in an accident or slip and fall, call Paragonza in attorneys. 786-650-0202. The consultation is free and you don't owe anything. And you should be honest. 786-650-0202.
Haz una izquierda. Y haz una izquierda y haz una. Ahí lo vamos a ver. Adam, get up there and film. Wow, bro.
Let's bring out our next fighter. In the blue corner, Jeff Quimby.
The Crawford fight already happened. I'm reading Twitter, it already happened. It already happened. I'm not going to tell you what happened, but it already happened. They haven't put it on there yet, but it already happened. Yeah. I'm reading what happened, but I'm not going to tell you what happened, but I'm reading what happened. Como Vasquez, ¿no? Unless this stream is delayed somehow, I don't know. But I'm just telling you, the fight's already open. Yeah, what happened? You want to know? Terrence Crawford wins by knockout in the second round. Yeah, apparently it was a nasty knockout. We knocked him the 12th out. Like, bad. Sorry, fourth round. Yeah, fourth round. I know, we missed it, right? Like shit. Yeah, apparently, according to CBS, Brooke won the first 2 rounds, but then Crawford fucked him up after that. I mean, according to CBS.
You're the main camera, so watch out. So he gets back, you're the main one.
Yeah, but it already happened apparently.
Here we go with a middleweight fight here at PFL 26, 185-pound fight between Armando Hernandez and Jeff Quimby. Quimby fighting out of American Top Team, very high level again, up against Armando Hernandez, who won his MMA. What a throw by Armando Hernandez. That was grappling right there. Beautiful hip toss by Armando Hernandez. Hernandez describes himself as an extremely aggressive grappler. He's a blue belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and has been training for 3 years. He won his MMA debut back in May of last year by TKO, though. Very, very strong start for Armando Hernandez against Jeff Quimby so far. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is his base. Armando Hernandez does describe himself as a street-style fighter, and he's fighting out of round 5 MMA. It's been all Armando Hernandez here early with the grappling exchange. There's a beautiful hip toss throwing Jeff Quimby to the ground in the opening moments of the fight, and it looks like he's pursuing another takedown now, softening a few strikes here as he works his way deeper into possible takedown.
Push the head, stop it, underhook on the right.
Jeff Quimby momentarily trying to take Hernandez's back, but now Hernandez has got his back up against the cage. Quimby now the one chasing the takedown. Hernandez is able to reverse Quimby back into the fence. Oh, what a mistake by Hernandez there. He tried to throw Quimby down, and instead he ended up with Quimby on top of him. Quimby possibly moving into full mount now. Quimby landing some ground and pound, and he's got full mount. He's taking the back. Hernandez has gotten his back taken. He was very sloppy in his takedown attempt to Quimby, and he's paying the price now for it as Quimby has taken his back. Quimby secures the body triangle. Hernandez trying to roll towards the side that Quimby's got his ankle to try to break that lock. Quimby trying to fish for a rear naked choke right now. And he's got the arm across the chin. Let's see if he can lock it in. No, he's lost it. And Hernandez able to reverse position and get on top. Trying to land some ground and pound on Quimby. Quimby looks hurt. He looks like he doesn't like what's going on right now. Let's see if Hernandez can sweep the legs aside and improve his position. Quimby trying to hook the leg here, trying to get himself back up to his feet. But Hernandez landing some vicious ground and pound, and Quimby's just covering up. He's just covering up, turtling up. Hernandez landing vicious ground and pound up against the fence. Quimby's got to get up on his feet here, and that's the end of the first round. Strong finish to the round for Armando Hernandez. A round he mostly dominated grappling. Quimby looks a little shaken up. Bleeding out of his nose right now. Quimby looks like he has a broken nose, and that's going to affect his breathing. Looking at his eyes, he's shaking his head no. Quimby's shaking his head no to his coach. I don't know if Quimby wants to be in there right now. Let's see if he comes out for the second round. Quimby with a broken nose, telling his coach no. Let's see if he makes it out of here. Quimby looks very, very tired. Hernandez looking over at Quimby. He knows that Quimby is not in a good way right now. I can see Hernandez smiling. I think he thinks that this fight might not make it to a second round. Let's see if Quimby comes out for the second round. I'm not sure if Quimby wants to be in there right now. The ref, Ray Ramos, taking a close look. I'm not sure if this fight's going to continue. It doesn't look promising. I think this might be the end of the fight right here. They're having a discussion. Ray Ramos looking at the ringside doctor. They might bring the doctor in here to check out this broken nose. Ray Ramos instructing Quimby to go over to the blue corner. I think they might have the doctor take a look at him. Let's see if the doctor's going to be brought in. Yep, they're bringing in the ringside doctor. Crowd wants to let this fight keep going, but it's up to the ringside doctor and the ref at this point. Hernandez standing around wondering if he's got a victory. He's got a big smile on his face, hoping he's going to move to 2-0 here. And the ringside doctor has let the fight continue. So here we go with round 2 of Jeff Quimby versus Armando Hernandez. It's going to be a sense of urgency for Jeff Quimby at this point, knowing that the ringside doctor and the ref are taking a close look at him. Quimby's got to come out strong here in the second round. Hernandez is going in for the kill. He knows he's got Quimby hurt, and he knows that the ref and the doctor are looking at it closely, and Hernandez doing the right thing and going right after it. Getting the takedown, putting the fight right back where it was at the end of the first round. Hernandez coming out real strong, and Quimby's just covering up. And it cannot feel good to get punched in that nose at this point. I think the ref might stop this fight. I think this might be done, and the fight's over. Ray Ramos has called a halt to the contest. Jeff Quimby's a bloody mess. Another victory for Armando Hernandez. He moves to 2-0, two TKO victories. He's now got a round 2 TKO to go along with his round 3 TKO victory from a year and a half ago. Armando Tundra Hernandez, 24 years old, moves up to 2-0 in his young career. Congratulations to Armando Hernandez. Hopefully Jeff Quimby's nose is going to be all right. It doesn't look very good right now. He's kind of a bloody mess, but we'll hope to see him again soon.
this one, and this one. This is the main event. 2 women. Saliman and Rivero.
We'll have 4.
No, this one just ended. And this one's canceled. So it's just this, and that. That's it.
Appreciation to my team, down in Corelli, Trinidad, Quimby, all those guys pushing me every day. If anything, I have to dedicate this fight to 2 very special people in my life. I have to dedicate this fight to my mother. I have to dedicate this fight to my other mother, Barbara. Both of them have lost a lot in the last couple of years. About a year ago, I had to bury my brother, and he never got to see me fight. And this fight was a lot of love to my family, and I appreciate you guys all. I appreciate all you guys have, and I appreciate everybody tonight. That's Palacio perseverance. It looked like we had you in trouble early on in the fight. How did that affect you? I definitely felt a lot of pressure. He was definitely a game opponent. I noticed it right when I looked in his eyes. He had a lot more respect from him and his team. And while facing that adversity, all I could think about is letting my team down, letting my family down, and I wasn't going to let that happen tonight. I put my all into this fight.
Palacio. Yeah, they got rid of this fight. They got rid of this Junior Scotty Watson fight. They killed that one. There's a heavyweight fight right here. Both guys are 2-0.
With our only heavyweight MMA match of the evening, Palacio coming from California here to South Florida to fight Kevin Williams. And here we go. Both fighters 2-0. Unless there's a draw, somebody's going to lose for the first time. Somebody's going to go to 3-0. Let's see what happens. Kevin Williams pressing Palacio against the cage right now. Williams press to try to get this fight to the ground. Trying to mitigate Palacio's boxing. Palacio does come from a gym called the Movement Boxing over in California. Obviously, Kevin Williams wants no part of that boxing right now. Palacio looking very, very crisp here in the stand-up. Williams got to be careful. Oh, big shot landed by Palacio. And Williams might be done here. This fight's done. Mike Cardoso's called a stop to this contest. Kasha Palacio looking very strong there. As the Movement Boxing has now gone 2-1 on the evening with one more California-based fighter to go tonight. Kasha Palacio looking very impressive with a TKO finish to go to 3-0 in his young career. Kevin Williams suffers his first defeat, dropping the 2-1. And here we go with a 150-pound MMA match here. Our co-main event of the evening here at PFL 26 between Sergio Olay and Alexander Martinez. Ray Ramos, our referee, about to get this fight started. Martinez trying to move to 3-0. He's 2-0. His two previous victories were at PFL 23 and PFL 21. And Olay coming out strong here. Martinez with the takedown. Martinez landing some ground and pound immediately, and Olay with no response to this ground and pound at the moment. Martinez looking very strong at the moment, trying to handcuff Olay, and Olay with a fence grab. He's got to watch out for that. Ray Ramos telling him about the fence grab. Next time you'll be taking a point away from him for sure. But Martinez looking very strong here. Olay trying to push off the fence with his legs, but it's not working. Martinez is too strong on top, and he's trying to move into full mount, but Olay's able to regain his full guard. Olay trying to wall walk with his back up against the fence. Martinez trying to hold him down at the moment. Martinez doing a good job of maintaining wrist control, which is preventing Olay from getting back up to his feet at the moment. As I mentioned before, Martinez with two previous victories here at PFL. He won at PFL 23 by TKO in the second round against Jordan Perez. And back in April of last year, he won by a rear naked choke in the second round against Andrew Barrios at PFL 21. Martinez looking to move up to 3-0, possibly get himself a title shot. Landing some vicious ground and pound on Olay. Been all Martinez here in the first round. Olay just trying to survive. Excellent job by Martinez. Look at how he maintains wrist control on Olay's left arm. That's preventing him from posting up and getting back up on his feet. Olay's able to get up to one knee, but he's just getting ground and pounded to death here by Alexander Martinez. Beautiful job by Martinez maintaining that wrist control, handcuffing Olay's left arm with his own. Got to watch out for that fence grab. He grabbed that fence earlier, and Ray Ramos will take away a point if he grabs it again. Martinez trying to get a takedown. Got to be careful. Olay trying to wrap that neck right now. Olay possibly trying to set up a guillotine choke here. Martinez almost in full mount. Now with Olay holding on to the neck here, if Martinez is able to move off the side control, that opens up the possibility of a bomb flu choke. But nope, Olay's able to regain full guard. He's still in position to possibly get a guillotine. Don't know how well he's got that locked in at the moment. No, he doesn't have it at all. He's just got an arm around the neck at this point. It's the end of the first round. Dominant first round for Alexander Martinez in his attempt to go to 3-0, possibly earn a title shot here at PFL. Very strong round from Martinez, using his wrestling to dominate the grappling exchanges. Olay did show some good striking in the opening few seconds of the first round, but unfortunately for him, Martinez was just able to gain the clinch and then gain the takedown. But it does look like Olay can be competitive if he can keep the fight in striking range, but we'll see if Alexander Martinez allows that to even occur. Crowd's up on its feet here. Really excited for the hometown fighter, Alexander Martinez, from 23 years old, fighting out of MMA Masters against the outsider from California, Sergio Olay. Olay's gonna have to make it happen here with the striking, but as I expected, Martinez immediately shoots in for the takedown. And Olay has not shown that he's been able to like get back up on his feet, but we'll see what he can do here in the second round. Still holding on to the neck, trying to walk back up to his feet here. As you notice, Alexander Martinez is handcuffing Olay. He's got wrist control on his left arm there. It's preventing Olay from being able to manage to get back up to his feet. Now Olay was able to get that wrist back, and now he's able to get back up to his feet, but Alexander Martinez is going to keep him clinched up here against the fence. Olay trying to get a guillotine choke. Martinez smartly gets the takedown and moves off the side control in order to eliminate that threat of that guillotine. Olay trying to work his way back up to his feet, still holding on to that guillotine position. But now Martinez is trying to move off to his back. Martinez still working on that takedown, but now Olay gets on top and he's holding on to that guillotine position. Big break here for Olay. What can he make happen from here? The biggest break he's had in this fight. Martinez, let's see if he can get back up to his feet. Olay using this opportunity. Oh, big up kick by Martinez, which allows him to get back up to his feet and dive in for a takedown. Olay doing a good job of sprawling here to avoid the takedown from Martinez. Bit of a change in the pace of the fight. Let's see if Olay can capitalize. Olay has options here. I mean, he's got possible anaconda choke, possible Darce chokes that he can pull from here if he's got that in his skill set. He's got his arms in a position that if he has that in his toolbox, can definitely try to pull off a Darce choke here. He uses that position to get on top. Better round from Olay here in the second round. Let's see what Martinez can do off his back. Trying to roll for an armbar. He may have that armbar. He may have that armbar. This fight might be done. Tap. There's the armbar by Martinez. Martinez showing not only can he dominate while on top on the ground, but he can also dominate from the bottom with the beautiful armbar transition. Alexander Martinez moves to 3-0 in his young MMA career, and we can be expecting him to get a title shot possibly in either the featherweight or lightweight divisions here at PFL. Looking forward to seeing that young man once again soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a big round of applause for Alexander Our next fight tonight is brought to you by Perry Gonzalez, the attorneys. If you have damage to your home, flooding caused by roofing, rain, or leaking pipe, call Perry Gonzalez, the attorneys, 786-650-0202. Perry Gonzalez will send a professional to your home for a free home inspection. It's free, and you don't owe anything unless they win the case. 786-650-0202. Offices in Miami. Let's bring out the fighters for our main event. In the blue corner, and Rivero. Introducing first,
amateur record of 2 wins and 2 losses, weighing in at 127.2 pounds and representing American top team, Palm Beach and in the red corner, with an amateur record of 3 wins and 1 single loss, weighing in at 125 pounds and representing Freestyle Fighter Academy,
Ladies, we've been on rules a lot. I want to protect yourself at all times, obey my commands at all times. If you want to touch gloves, do it now. Good luck, ladies.
And here we go with the main event of the evening here in the women's flyweight division between Saliman and Rivero. Now these two are no strangers to each other. They fought on December 7th of last year with Rivero taking a decision over Saliman. To this day, that's Saliman's only loss of her career was to Rivero, so she's looking to get revenge right here as she attempts to take down. Rivero able to reverse position here and get her up against the cage. Got to be careful not to grab the hair though. Saliman still trying to get that takedown. Let's see what happens here. And Rivero 2-2 record, fighting out of ATT Palm Beach Gardens in Sunrise. She's very humble. She's out here trying to fight to support her family, trying to improve their life, and so she's got a lot to fight for. Rivero's 2 losses are the same woman. She's only lost to Hannah Jackson in her career. They fought twice earlier in her career, and Hannah Jackson taking both those fights. But to everybody else, she's undefeated. So let's see if Rivero can defeat Saliman for a second time here. So far, a stalemate here up against the fence with Saliman pressing Rivero against the fence, and Rivero reversing Saliman. Nobody's really been able to get the upper hand thus far.
Watch those fingers. Hands up. Back to work. Forward on the hand.
Saliman's been a bit more active recently. She just fought a couple of months ago, whereas Rivero has not fought since December of last year, which was the last time she fought Saliman. Now we got some separation, and they're out in the middle of the cage. We'll see how this fight goes. It was a stalemate in the clinch against the fence. Let's see if one of these fighters can put a stamp on the first round here. Both fighters coming up short with their strikes so far. Nothing significant having landed for either fighter thus far. Nice leg kick there by Rivero. Saliman again going in for the takedown. She's not been successful with these earlier in the fight, but it looks like she's in a better position. She gets Rivero down. So Saliman right now in half guard with Rivero pressed up against the fence. Rivero needs to wall walk, put her back against the fence and try to wall walk back up to her feet. Some minor ground and pound of the ribs right now by Saliman. But that takedown should be enough for her to take this first round. Not much action before that takedown, but that is the most significant action that's occurred in this first round so far. And Saliman looks to be up 1 round to none with this round coming to a close shortly. There's a 10-second clapper. Saliman should be up 1-0 with that takedown representing the only significant offense. A nice ground and pound to put a stamp on the round here by Saliman. Rivero is able to kick her off, but that's the end of the first round. Strong first round from Saliman, learning from the mistakes of the first fight where she lost to Rivero. Trying to get revenge, trying to avenge that only loss that she's ever had in her career, get that win back here. And there's the ring girls walking around with the title that's on the line, the flyweight title here. Women's flyweight title here for PFL Premier Fight League. Saliman up 1 round to none. Let's see what adjustments Rivero makes. She knows what's on the other side here. These 2 girls just fought less than a year ago. was talking with Rivero earlier in the fight. She says she loves using the arm triangle choke. Hasn't had much opportunity being on the bottom in order to implement that. That's one of those chokes that specifically usually get when you're on top. But let's see what happens here in this second round. It's been mostly Saliman pressing the action, initiating the clinch, pressing up Rivero against the fence and getting that takedown. Let's see what adjustments Rivero makes here in the second round. A bit more aggressive with the striking here to start the second round. Let's see if Saliman goes back to initiating the clinch against the fence. Rivero definitely the one pressing forward here in the early going in the second round, but neither fighter really landing anything significant up to this point. Most of the strikes are landing short of their target. Saliman back to pressing the clinch, trying to get the takedown, trying to reinstitute the strategy she used to win the first round. You gotta be careful not to grab the fence there. They're able to reverse position. Again, nothing significant so far in the round. Still waiting for a fighter to stamp their victory on this round. Nothing significant occurred so far. Rivero's been the one to press forward when they're at a distance, but Saliman, of course, is the one that's pressing forward to initiate clinches. So really a stalemate in this second round. Very hard to score at this point. Although it does seem Rivero is the more aggressive fighter at this point. If the round were to continue this way, it'd be hard to score, but he has been the one that has been pressing forward. Both fighters very cautious. Saliman pumping out the jab, but it's not landing. It is enough to keep Rivero at a distance. Rivero's trying to charge in, but Saliman, even though she's not landing the jab, the fact that she's even sticking it out there is able to keep these two fighters apart. Right now, both fighters throwing, but just nothing really landing. Nice shot, nice left-hander landed by Saliman. One of the few strikes to land so far in this round. But not much action so far. Very hard round to score. But I would say that Rivero, being the more aggressive fighter, may give her this round. But it's very difficult to score. I mean, I don't know which way the judges are going to score this. It's very, very close. Rivero throwing some strikes, nothing really landing significantly as the second round comes to a close here. I mean, this fight could very well be one round apiece at this point. Very well could have a title fight here, going down to a third and decisive round with the fight tied at 1 round apiece. So far, Marielle Saliman with the more dominant round in round 1, with round 2 being very difficult to score, but possibly going to Rivero. Which fighter wants him more here in the next round? Will Saliman go back to trying to initiate the clinch, which gave her some success in the first round? Or will it be more like the second round, where for the most part, apart from one clinching sequence, most of the fight was fought at a distance, with strikes landing shortly and nothing significant really landing at all? We'll find out very shortly as we go into the third and final round of this fight. Here we go with the third and final round of our women's flyweight title fight between Marielle Saliman and Ann Rivero. Very close fight so far, very difficult to score. It could very well be around a piece. And it looks like Rivero's charging forward, backing Saliman, landing a big right hand is Rivero, and backing up Saliman against the fence. Rivero needs to really have some urgency here to start the round, landing some leg kicks, throwing a lot more strikes. Saliman kind of gun-shy, chasing a takedown now, trying to get Rivero to back off by chasing the takedown. Rivero able to back Saliman up against the fence, though. If I were Rivero with the success she's had to start the round, I would definitely try to break this clinch, but Saliman ain't having it. He's pushing Rivero up against the fence, knowing that that was the way that she was able to win the first round, and that may be her path to a title here. If Saliman can land this takedown, that would be massive for her chances of winning this fight. Let's see if she can do it. She's got a good single leg going right now. That's Saliman. She's nearly got Rivero down, and she's trying to land some strikes now, but Rivero able to get back into the standing position, even though the Saliman's got the waist lock right now. Saliman trying to get the trip along with the waist lock here to try to drag this fight to the ground. Trying to hook the leg, trying every means, but good base being shown by Rivero to avoid the takedown and gain a little separation. Rivero able to get one underhook going right here, trying to use the whizzer to stay on her feet. Let's see if she's able to maintain herself standing. Saliman trying to throw the leg over to try to take back control, but Rivero ain't having it. She's being able to keep this fight up on the feet right now. Good job by Rivero. She's got to gain some separation. This is her chance to get some separation and get back to the striking that she was succeeding with in the beginning of this third round. Again, not much significant action that has occurred so far. Saliman trying to press for the takedown. Rivero landing a few early strikes in the round, but otherwise very difficult round to score. Now with Rivero pressing Saliman up against the cage, it makes it even more difficult to score. It'll be very interesting to see how the judges see this fight play out. Could very well be a split decision. So hard to score this type of action when nobody's really been hurt, nobody's been close to getting finished in this fight so far. Some nice body shots here in the clinch by Rivero. Now, Rivero finally gets that separation, and you know, she's been the one to get the best of the striking in the limited amount of striking that's occurred in this third round. Let's see if she can continue that trend. Saliman's really showing no urgency here in the stand-up, and Rivero tagging her with a couple of big right hands. This is a great job by Rivero. Saliman just pumping out a jab, is not really landing, and that's the end of the fight. I mean, strong finish there to the third round by Rivero. In my opinion, she very well could take this fight 2 rounds to 1 in order to defeat Saliman for a second time. Again, Saliman 3-1, but her only loss was to Rivero, and possibly she could have a second loss, both coming to Rivero. Let's see what the judges decide. Very difficult fight to score, but I think Rivero did enough to win those last 2 rounds and get the flyweight title, but we'll see what the judges have to say about this fight. Very close fight.
Judge number 2 scores the fight 29-28, Rivero. And judge number 3 scores the fight 30-27 in favor of your